Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. Today I will share how to read CT scan of neck axial view study. Superior sagittal sinus, anterior communicating artery. Superior sagittal sinus, anterior communicating artery. Anterior communicating artery, right and left, middle cerebral artery. Middle cerebral artery, right and left globe, right and left internal carotid artery, basilar artery, right and left globe, right and left internal carotid artery, posterior cerebral artery, right and left globe, right and left globe, right and left medial rectus muscle, right and left optic nerve, right and left lateral rectus muscle, right and left internal carotid artery, posterior communicating artery, posterior cerebral artery, transverse sinus. Right and left globe, right and left lens, right and left medial rectus muscle, right and left lateral rectus muscle, optic nerve, right and left internal carotid artery, superior cerebral artery, right and left internal carotid artery, basilar artery, suprazygomatic temporalis muscle, right and left globe, right and left superior rectus muscle, right and left medial rectus muscle, right and left lateral rectus muscle, right and left internal carotid artery, basilar artery, sigmoid sinus, right and left mastoid ear cell, right and left superior rectus muscle, suprazygomatic temporalis muscle, right and left internal carotid artery, basilar artery, right and left mastoid ear cell, sigmoid sinus, right and left superior rectus muscle, suprazygomatic temporalis muscle, internal carotid artery, basilar artery, sigmoid sinus, right and left internal carotid artery, basilar artery, right and left maxillary sinus, right and left pterygoplatin fossa, right and left internal carotid artery, basilar artery, nasal septum, nasal cavity, right and left maxillary sinus, right and left temporalis muscle, nasal septum, right and left turbinate, right and left maxillary sinus, right and left nasolacrimal duct, right and left temporalis muscle, pterygoplatin fossa, right and left internal carotid artery, basilar artery, internal maxillary artery, right and left maxillary sinus, nasal septum, nasal cavity, right and left temporalis muscle, internal carotid artery, basilar artery, sigmoid sinus, nasal septum, nasal cavity, right and left maxillary sinus, infrazygomatic temporalis muscle, masseter muscle, internal carotid artery, jugular valve, sigmoid sinus, vertebral artery, internal maxillary artery, internal carotid artery, jugular valve, vertebral artery, temporalis muscle, masseter muscle, pterygoid plate, nasal septum, nasal cavity, right and left maxillary sinus, retroentral fat, temporalis muscle, masseter muscle, lateral pterygoid muscle, pterygoid plate, internal carotid artery, jugular valve, vertebral artery, pterygoid venous plexus, nasal septum, nasal cavity, maxillary sinus, masseter muscle, lateral pterygoid muscle, lateral pterygoid plate, medial pterygoid plate, internal carotid artery, jugular vein, vertebral artery, parotid gland, nasal septum, nasal cavity, maxillary sinus, nasopharynx, pharyngeal tonsil, lateral pterygoid muscle, temporalis muscle, masseter muscle, parotid gland, internal carotid artery, jugular vein, styloid process, right and left vertebral artery, fossa rosenmuller, torus tubarius, Eustachian tube, tensor belli platini muscle, levator belli platini muscle, internal carotid artery, jugular vein, styloid process, right and left vertebral artery, nasal septum, nasal cavity, right and left turbinate, maxillary sinus, levator levi superius muscle, premilar fat, masseter muscle, lateral pterygoid muscle, parotid gland, internal carotid artery, styloid process, jugular vein, right and left vertebral artery, nasal septum, nasal cavity, turbinate, nasopharynx, longus colli muscle, lateral pterygoid muscle, lateral pterygoid plate, medial pterygoid plate, masseter muscle, parotid gland, parapharyngeal fat, internal carotid artery, jugular vein, occipital artery, right and left vertebral artery, right and left masseter muscle, right and left, medial pterygoid muscle, lateral pterygoid plate, medial pterygoid plate, right and left, vertebral artery, stelloid process, internal carotid artery, parotid gland, right and left masseter muscle, medial pterygoid muscle, pterygoid plate, parotid gland, stelloid process, vertebral artery, internal carotid artery, sternocleidomastoid muscle, right and left masseter muscle, medial pterygoid muscle, mandibular foramen, parotid gland, retromandibular vein, vertebral artery, internal carotid artery, sternocleidomastoid muscle, right and left masseter muscle, reticular trigone, right and left medial pterygoid muscle, parotid gland, vertebral artery, internal carotid artery, stelloglossus muscle, stellopharyngeus muscle, stelloid process, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, buccinator muscle, facial vein, zygomaticus major and minor muscle, parotid duct, masseter muscle, medial pterygoid muscle, stelloglossus muscle, stellopharyngeus muscle, vertebral artery, internal carotid artery, external carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, parotid gland, sternocleidomastoid muscle, oral tongue, tongue base, masseter muscle, parotid gland, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, vertebral artery, internal carotid artery, external carotid artery, stelloglossus muscle, stellopharyngeus muscle, sternocleidomastoid muscle, Latin tonsil, masseter muscle, parotid gland, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, uvula, right and left masseter muscle, parotid gland, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, vertebral artery, internal carotid artery, external carotid artery, uvula, right and left masseter muscle, vertebral artery, internal carotid artery, external carotid artery, ascending pharyngeal artery, parotid gland, internal jugular vein, Internal jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, right and left masseter muscle, uvula, posterior belly of digestive muscle, right and left vertebral artery, right and left internal carotid artery, right and left external carotid artery, sternocleidomastoid muscle, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, parotid gland, left vertebral artery, internal carotid artery, external carotid artery, posterior belly of digestive muscle, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, parotid gland, sternocleidomastoid muscle, masseter muscle. Masseter muscle, posterior belly of digestive muscle, right and left vertebral artery, internal carotid artery, external carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, parotid gland, sternocleidomastoid muscle, right and left masseter muscle, posterior belly of digestive muscle, right and left vertebral artery, right and left internal carotid artery, right and left external carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, parotid gland, sternocleidomastoid muscle, facial artery, posterior belly of digestive muscle, masseter muscle, oropharynx, parotid gland, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, vertebral artery, internal carotid artery, external carotid artery, occipital artery, lingual neurovascular bundle, masseter muscle, posterior belly of digestive muscle, right and left vertebral artery, lingual artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, internal carotid artery, external carotid artery, sternocleidomastoid muscle, submandibular duct, masseter muscle, epiglottis, parotid gland, sternocleidomastoid muscle, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, right and left vertebral artery, internal carotid artery, external carotid artery, genioglossus muscle, hyglossus muscle, mylohyoid muscle, lingual artery, masseter muscle, lingual tonsil, epiglottis, right and left vertebral artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, internal carotid artery, external carotid artery, sternocleidomastoid muscle, right and left submandibular gland, lingual artery, facial artery, right and left vertebral artery, epiglottis, internal carotid artery, external carotid artery, sternocleidomastoid muscle, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, bellicula, glossoepiglottic float, epiglottics, right and left submandibular gland, right and left vertebral artery, internal carotid artery, external carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, genohyoid muscle, right and left submandibular gland, hyoid bone, epiglottics, pharyngoepiglottic float, right and left vertebral artery, internal carotid artery, external carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, right and left submandibular gland, vertebral artery, internal carotid artery, external carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, right and left anterior valley of digastric muscle, right and left submandibular gland, hyoid bone, freeform sinus, posterior pharyngeal wall of hypopharynx, vertebral artery, common carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, right and left anterior valley of digastric muscle, submandibular gland, epiglottic float, vertebral artery, common carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, right and left anterior valley of digastric muscle, submandibular gland, thyroid cartilage, free epiglottic fat, vertebral artery, common carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, levator scapulae muscle, trapezius muscle, submandibular gland, thyroid cartilage, suprathyroid artery, vertebral artery, common carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, false buccal cord, supraepiglottic larynx, thyroid cartilage, hypopharynx, submandibular gland, vertebral artery, common carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, levator scapulae muscle, trapezius muscle, thyroid cartilage, laryngeal ventricle, submandibular gland, vertebral artery, common carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, levator scapulae muscle, trapezius muscle, thyroid cartilage, arytenoid cartilage, right and left, vertebral artery, common carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, levator scapulae muscle, trapezius muscle, vocal cord, glottic larynx, cricoid cartilage, hypopharynx, vertebral artery, common carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, levator scapulae muscle, trapezius muscle, thyroid cartilage, cricoid cartilage, vertebral artery, common carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, levator scapulae muscle, trapezius muscle, cricoid cartilage, hypopharynx, thyroid gland, vertebral artery, common carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, levator scapulae muscle, trapezius muscle, cricoid cartilage, subglottic larynx, thyroid gland, vertebral artery, common carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, levator scapulae muscle, trapezius muscle, subglottic larynx, cricoid cartilage, right and left, thyroid gland, vertebral artery, common carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, levator scapulae muscle, trapezius muscle, subglottic larynx, cricoid cartilage, right and left, thyroid gland, vertebral artery, common carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, levator scapulae muscle, trapezius muscle, subglottic larynx, cricoid cartilage, right and left, thyroid gland, vertebral artery, common carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, levator scapulae muscle, trapezius muscle, subglottic larynx, cricoid cartilage, right and left thyroid gland, vertebral artery, common carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, levator scapulae muscle, trapezius muscle, right and left thyroid gland, vertebral artery, common carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, levator scapulae muscle, trapezius muscle, right and left thyroid gland, vertebral artery, common carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, levator scapulae muscle, trapezius muscle, right and left thyroid gland, trachea, esophagus, vertebral artery, common carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, anterior scalene muscle, medial scalene muscle, posterior scalene muscle, levator scapulae muscle, trapezius muscle, right and left thyroid gland, vertebral artery, common carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, anterior scalene muscle, medial scalene muscle, posterior scalene muscle, levator scapulae muscle, trapezius muscle, right and left thyroid gland, sternocleidomastoid muscle, vertebral artery, common carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, anterior scalene muscle, medial scalene muscle, levator scapulae muscle, trapezius muscle, trachea, esophagus, right and left thyroid gland, trachea, esophagus, vertebral artery, common carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, anterior scalene muscle, medial scalene muscle, levator scapulae muscle, trapezius muscle, right and left thyroid gland, infrathyroid artery, vertebral artery, common carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, anterior scalene muscle, levator scapulae muscle, trapezius muscle, right and left thyroid gland, vertebral artery, common carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, anterior scalene muscle, medial scalene muscle, levator scapulae muscle, trapezius muscle, trachea, esophagus, thyroid gland, sternocleidomastoid muscle, vertebral artery, common carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, anterior scalene muscle, medial scalene muscle, levator scapulae muscle, trapezius muscle, thyroid gland, sternocleidomastoid muscle, vertebral artery, common carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, anterior scalene muscle, levator scapulae muscle, trapezius muscle, right and left lungs effects, trachea, esophagus, trachea, esophagus, thyroid gland, sternocleidomastoid muscle, vertebral artery, common carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, anterior scalene muscle, omohyoid muscle, levator scapulae muscle, trapezius muscle, right and left lungs effects, thyroid gland, vertebral artery, common carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, anterior scalene muscle, left subclavian artery, vertebral artery, common carotid artery, trachea, esophagus, vertebral artery, common carotid artery, right and left subclavian artery, thyrocervical trunk, vertebral artery, common carotid artery, right and left subclavian artery, vertebral artery, right and left common carotid artery, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, trachea, esophagus, right and left subclavian artery, right and left common carotid artery, trachea, esophagus, internal jugular vein, external jugular vein, right and left subclavian artery, right and left common carotid artery, trachea, esophagus, subclavian vein, left subclavian artery, right and left subclavian artery, right and left common carotid artery, subclavian vein, left subclavian artery, trachea, esophagus, brachiocephalic artery, trachea, esophagus, left common carotid artery, left subclavian artery, subclavian vein, brachiocephalic artery, left common carotid artery, left subclavian artery, trachea, esophagus, left subclavian vein, left subclavian artery. Brachiocephalic artery, left common carotid artery, left subclavian vein, trachea, esophagus, superior vena cava, right and left lung. Superior vena cava, brachiocephalic vein, brachiocephalic artery, left common carotid artery, left subclavian artery, trachea, esophagus, right and left lung. Superior vena cava, right brachiocephalic artery, common carotid artery, left subclavian artery, superior vena cava, brachiocephalic artery, left common carotid artery, left subclavian artery, trachea, esophagus, right and left lung. Superior vena cava, brachiocephalic vein, arch of aorta, right and left lung. Superior vena cava, brachiocephalic vein, aortic arch, right and left lung. Superior vena cava, aortic arch, esophagus, right main bronchus, left main bronchus, right and left lung. Superior vena cava, aortic arch, right and left main bronchus, esophagus, right and left lung. Superior vena cava, azygous vein, right and left main bronchus, aortic arch, esophagus, right and left lung. You study right and left anterior valley of digestive muscle, right and left masseter muscle, right and left masseter muscle, right and left masseter muscle, lateral pterygoid muscle, medial pterygoid muscle, lateral pterygoid plate, medial pterygoid plate, right and left masseter muscle, sphenoid sinus, nasopharynx, lateral pterygoid muscle, medial pterygoid muscle, lateral pterygoid plate, medial pterygoid plate, right and left hypoglossal muscle, right and left mylohyoid muscle, right and left masseter muscle, lateral pterygoid muscle, medial pterygoid muscle, lateral pterygoid plate, sphenoid sinus, nasopharynx, hypoglossal muscle, mylohyoid muscle, right and left submandibular gland, right and left masseter muscle, right and left masseter muscle, right and left lateral pterygoid muscle, right and left medial pterygoid muscle, right and left submandibular gland, right and left masseter muscle, false vocal cord, right and left lateral pterygoid muscle, right and left medial pterygoid muscle, sphenoid sinus, nasopharynx, sphenoid sinus, nasopharynx, lateral pterygoid muscle, medial pterygoid muscle, right and left submandibular gland, false vocal cord, laryngeal ventricle, right and left masseter muscle, uvula, right and left submandibular gland, right and left masseter muscle, lateral pterygoid muscle, right and left medial pterygoid muscle, right and left cricoid cartilage, thyroid gland, right and left submandibular gland, right and left masseter muscle, right and left plantar tonsil, oropharynx, epiglottis, right and left submandibular gland, right and left cricoid cartilage, right and left thyroid gland, right and left masseter muscle, right and left parapharyngeal fat, freeform sinus, epiglottis plot, right and left submandibular gland, right and left thyroid gland, right and left cricoid cartilage, right and left thyroid gland, right and left cricoid cartilage, right and left masseter muscle, thyroid gland, cricoid cartilage, thyroid cartilage, right and left parotid gland, thyroid cartilage, arytenoid cartilage, right and left cricoid cartilage, right and left thyroid gland, carotid bifurcation, right and left thyroid cartilage, right and left cricoid cartilage, right and left thyroid gland, internal jugular vein, right and left, right and left parotid gland, trachea, right and left thyroid gland, right and left common carotid artery, internal jugular vein, right and left internal carotid artery, right and left parotid gland, parotid gland, internal carotid artery, common carotid artery, internal jugular vein, common carotid artery, internal carotid artery, right and left common carotid artery, right and left internal jugular vein, right and left thyroid gland, right and left common carotid artery, internal common carotid artery, internal jugular vein, right and left common carotid artery, internal jugular vein, vertebral artery, jugular vein, vertebral artery, common carotid artery, brachiocephalic artery, parotid gland, sternocleidomastoid muscle, right and left, vertebral artery, common carotid artery, right and left, vertebral artery, brachiocephalic artery, left common carotid artery, aortic arch, superior vena cava. Right and left, sternocleidomastoid muscle, right and left, vertebral artery, brachiocephalic artery, left common carotid artery, left subclavian artery, brachiocephalic artery, left common carotid artery, left subclavian artery, vertebral artery, left subclavian artery, left vertebral artery, left subclavian artery, trachea, right and left apex. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. Today I will share how to read CT scan of neck, sagittal view study, parotid gland, masseter muscle, parotid gland, sternocleidomastoid muscle, masseter muscle, sternocleidomastoid muscle, occipital artery, anterior scalene muscle, medial scalene muscle, posterior scalene muscle, levator scapulae muscle, trapezius muscle, sternocleidomastoid muscle, masseter muscle, occipital artery, sternocleidomastoid muscle, mandibular condyle, occipital bone, trapezius muscle, anterior scalene muscle, medial scalene muscle, posterior scalene muscle, levator scapulae muscle, trapezius muscle, occipital artery, sternocleidomastoid muscle, jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, anterior scalene muscle, medial scalene muscle, posterior scalene muscle, levator scapulae muscle, trapezius muscle, submandibular gland, occipital artery, external carotid artery, jugular vein, external carotid artery, submandibular gland, jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, internal carotid artery, occipital artery, bifurcation of carotid artery, submandibular gland, sternocleidomastoid muscle, jugular vein, facial artery, external carotid artery, internal carotid artery, ascending pharyngeal artery, common carotid artery, jugular vein, thyroid gland, sternocleidomastoid muscle, maxillary artery, facial artery, common carotid artery, thyroid gland, submandibular gland, vertebral artery B3 segment, sternocleidomastoid muscle, jugular vein, lingual artery, superior thyroid artery, thyroid gland, common carotid artery, sternocleidomastoid muscle, lingual artery, thyroid gland, common carotid artery, vertebral artery, lingual artery, vertebral artery, common carotid artery, common carotid artery, vertebral artery, vertebral artery, thyroid gland, thyroid gland, common carotid artery, vertebral artery, anterior valley of digestive muscle, thyroid gland, lingual artery, vertebral artery B4 segment, thyroid gland, thyroid gland, nasopharynx, oropharynx, hypopharynx, epiglottis, nasal cavity, inferior nasal concha, nasopharynx, oropharynx, hypopharynx, hyoid bone, thyroid gland, epiglottis, longitudinal muscle, transverse muscle, genioglossus muscle, nasopharynx, oropharynx, hypopharynx, supraglottic larynx, glottic larynx, subglottic larynx, thyroid gland, longitudinal muscle, transverse muscle, genioglossus muscle, longitudinal muscle, transverse muscle, genioglossus muscle, geniohyoid muscle, fasciole, cricoid cartilage, pharyngeal tonsil nasopharynx, base of tongue, lingual tonsil oropharynx, pleural cavity, base of tongue, hyoid bone, free epiglottic fat, suprahyoid epiglottis, infrahyoid epiglottis, clivus bone, cervical spine, thoracic spine, occipital bone, nasal cavity, nasopharynx, oropharynx, hypopharynx, hyoid bone, laryngeal ventricle, thyroid gland, anterior valley of digestive muscle, vertebral artery, sternocleidomastoid muscle, jugular vein, common carotid artery, vertebral artery, anterior valley of digastric muscle, common carotid artery, vertebral artery, jugular vein, submandibular gland, common carotid artery, jugular vein, sternocleidomastoid muscle, submandibular gland, staloglossus muscle, common carotid artery, sternocleidomastoid muscle, jugular vein, submandibular gland, staloglossus muscle, internal carotid artery, external carotid artery, sternocleidomastoid muscle, jugular vein, staloglossus muscle, posterior valley of digastric muscle, lateral pterygoid muscle, medial pterygoid muscle, submandibular gland, sternocleidomastoid muscle, jugular vein, lateral pterygoid muscle, medial pterygoid muscle, posterior valley of digastric muscle, internal carotid artery, external carotid artery, external carotid artery, lateral pterygoid muscle, medial pterygoid muscle, trapezius muscle, sternocleidomastoid muscle, sternocleidomastoid muscle, anterior scalene muscle, medial scalene muscle, posterior scalene muscle, levator scapulae muscle, trapezius muscle, sternocleidomastoid muscle, anterior scalene muscle, medial scalene muscle, posterior scalene muscle, levator scapulae muscle, trapezius muscle, sternocleidomastoid muscle, anterior scalene muscle, medial scalene muscle, levator scapulae muscle, trapezius muscle, sternocleidomastoid muscle, sternocleidomastoid muscle, masseter muscle, parotid gland, mastoid ear cell, lungs base, parotid gland, parotid gland. Thank you, Allah Hafiz. If you want, you can hit the subscribe button to get new video updates. Thank you, Allah Hafiz. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. All praise be to Allah. This is nasal septum. This is nasal cavity. Right, left inferior nasal concha. Right, left maxillary sinus. Nasopharynx. Right, left masseter muscle. Spinal cord. Nasal septum. Right, left maxillary sinus. Nasopharynx. Medial pterygoid plate. Lateral pterygoid plate. Medial pterygoid muscle. Lateral pterygoid muscle. Temporalis muscle. Mandible. Masseter muscles. Odontoid process situ. Spinal cord. This is mastoid process. Nasal septum, right left maxillary sinus, nasopharynx, medial and lateral pterygoid plate, medial pterygoid muscle, lateral pterygoid muscle, temporalis muscle, masseter muscle. This is mandible. Mastoid process, right, left. This is spinal cord. Nasal bone, nasal septum, right left maxillary sinus, nasopharynx, pterygoid bone, right left, temporalis muscle, lateral pterygoid muscle, mandibular condyle, medulla oblongata, mastoid ear cell. Nasal bone, right left ethmoid ear cell, lens, right left, vitreous humerus, right left, medulla oblongata, cerebral tonsil, right left, external auditory canal, right left, mastoid ear cell, right left, nasal bone, globe, right left, ethmoid ear cell, right left, medial rectus muscle, right left, medulla oblongata, right cerebral hemisphere, left cerebral hemisphere, cisterna magna, external auditory canal, right left, right and left cerebral hemisphere, cisterna magna, right left mastoid ear cell, pinna, left right, frontal sinus, ethmoid ear cell, right left, sphenoid sinus, optic nerve, medial rectus muscle, lateral rectus muscle, right left temporal lobe, right left cerebral hemisphere, cisterna magna, right left mastoid ear cell. This is fons, frontal sinus, cistagalli, olfactory bulb, superior rectus muscle, right left, sphenoid sinus, right left temporal lobe, fons, prepontine angle, right left cerebral hemisphere, fourth ventricle, right left mastoid ear cell. This is cisterna magna. Frontal sinus, frontal lobe, right left temporal lobe, pituitary gland. This is fons, left fons infarct, fourth ventricle, right left cerebral hemisphere, right left mastoid ear cell, frontal lobe, anterior communicating artery, right middle cerebral artery, left middle cerebral artery, suprasellar cistern, ambient cistern, quadgeminal cistern, interpeduncular cistern, basilar artery, right left temporal lobe, fons, right left cerebral hemisphere. This is transverse sinus, right, left. Frontal lobe, Salvian fissure, right, left. Temporal lobe, right, left. Cerebellar vermis, midbrain. This is occipital lobe. Frontal lobe, right, left. Anterior horn of lateral ventricle, Salvian fissure, right, left. Third ventricle, cerebellar vermis, occipital lobe. This is temporal lobe, right, left. Flux cerebri, cingulate sulcus, frontal lobe, zeno of the corpus callosum, anterior horn of lateral ventricle, right, left. Caudate nucleus, right, left. Right internal capsule, left internal capsule, right external capsule, left internal capsule. Insula, right, left. Thalamus, right, left. This is third ventricle, calcified pineal gland. Temporal lobe, right, left. This is occipital lobe. Anterior limb of internal capsule, genu of internal capsule, posterior limb of internal capsule. This is potamen and this is globus pallidus. Flux cerebri, frontal lobe, genu of corpus callosum, anterior horn of lateral ventricle, right, left. Right, left thalamus, right internal capsule, left internal capsule, posterior horn of lateral ventricle, parietal lobe, right, left, occipital lobe, insula, right, left. Flux cerebri, frontal lobe, right, left, anterior horn of lateral ventricle, right, left thalamus, splenium of corpus callosum, parietal lobe, right, left. This is occipital lobe. Superior sagittal sinus. Frontal lobe, flux cerebri, parietal lobe, right, left. Body of lateral ventricle, right, left. This is choroid plexus, right, left. This is occipital lobe, superior sagittal sinus. This is corner radiator, right, left. Frontal lobe, body of corpus callosum, body of the lateral ventricle, right, left. This is parietal lobe and this is occipital lobe and corner radiator, right, left. Flux cerebri, superior sagittal sinus. This is corner radiator, right, left. Flux cerebri, frontal lobe, parietal lobe and occipital lobe, superior sagittal sinus. Centrum semioval, right, left. Flux cerebri. This is frontal lobe and this is parietal lobe. This is superior sagittal sinus. Frontal lobe, parietal lobe, flexor cerebri, superior sagittal sinus, central sulcus, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, flexor cerebri, superior sagittal sinus. This is frontal lobe and parietal lobe, flexor cerebri, superior sagittal sinus. Frontal lobe, parietal lobe, flexor cerebri, superior sagittal sinus. Allah Hafiz, goodbye. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. This is frontal bone, frontal sinus, optic canal, right, left, anterior clinoid process, right, left, frontal bone, frontal sinus, cristagilli, superior rectus muscle, superior orbital fissure, greater wings of sphenoid bone, right, left, medial cranial fossa, right, left, frontal bone, frontal sinus, globe, zygomatic bone, lamina papyracea, medial rectus muscle, optic nerve, lateral rectus muscle, greater wings of sphenoid bone, superior orbital fissure, medial cranial fossa, right, left, nasal bone, ethmoid ear cell, right, left, lamina papyracea, medial rectus muscle, lateral rectus muscle, optic nerve, inferior rectus muscle, zygomatic bone, greater wings of sphenoid bone, nasal bone, ethmoid ear cell, right, left, lamina papyracea, right, left, medial rectus muscle, optic nerve, lateral rectus muscle, lens, globe, pterygoplatean fossa, right, left, foramen rotundum, right, left, nasal bone, medial rectus muscle, right, left, lateral rectus muscle, inferior rectus muscle, lens, globe, inferior orbital fissure, right, left, pterygoplatean fossa, right, left, nasal bone, medial rectus muscle, inferior rectus muscle, lateral rectus muscle, globe, lens, globe, inferior rectus muscle, lacrimal gland, globe, inferior rectus muscle, lacrimal gland, zygomatic bone, right, left, globe, inferior rectus muscle, zygomatic bone, right, left, maxillary sinus, globe, inferior rectus muscle, zygomatic bone, right, left, maxillary sinus, right, left. Thank you. Allah Hafiz. Frontal sinus, nasal septum, frontal sinus, frontal bone, nasal bone, nasal septum, nasal cavity, globe, right, left, anterior ethmoid cell, maxillary sinus, anterior nasal spine, anterior ethmoid cell, right, left, inferior turbinate, alveolar process of maxilla, crista galli, cribriform plate, lamina papricea, nasolacrimal duct, infraorbital foramen, ethmoid bulla, heart plate, middle turbinate, right, left, inferior turbinate, right, left, orbital roof, orbital floor, infraorbital foramen, middle turbinate, middle matters, inferior turbinate, inferior matters, heart plate, infundibulum, uncinate process, ethmoid cell, right, left, superior oblique muscle, medial rectus, lateral rectus, optic nerve, zygomatic bone, right, left, posterior ethmoid cell, right, left, superior turbinate, middle turbinate, inferior turbinate, heart plate, posterior ethmoid cell, right, left, greater wings of sphenoid bone, pterygomaxillary fissure, middle turbinate, inferior turbinate, zygomatic arch, left, right, greater palatine foramen, zygomatic arch, right, left, mandible, bromare bone, medial cranial fossa, right, left, sphenoid sinus, intersinus septum, superior orbital fissure, laser wings of sphenoid bone, foramen rotundum, anterior clinoid process, optic canal, right, left, foramen rotundum, Vidian canal, sphenoid sinus, pterygoid plate, inferior turbinate, right, left, sphenoid sinus, nasopharynx, posterior clinoid process, sphenoid sinus, nasopharynx, carotid canal, mandibular condyle, clavus, petrooccipital fissure, external auditory canal, mastoid tear cell, petrous apex, carotid canal, mandibular condyle, external auditory canal, internal auditory canal, jugular tubercle, hypoglossal canal, occipital condyle, right, left, atlanto-occipital fissure, right, right, left, lateral mass of C1. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. Today I will share how to read 3D reconstruction of cervical spine. This is anterior view of 3D cervical spine. Transverse process, atlanto-occipital joint, C1 to C7 vertebral body, lateral mass of C1, occipital condyle, first rib. This is posterior view of cervical spine. Bifid spinous process of C2, transverse process atlas C1, occipital condyle, spinous process of C5, posterior tubercle, posterior arch, effects of odontoid process. This is lateral view of cervical spine, vertebral body of C6, facet joint, vertebral body of C3, posterior tubercle, spinous process of C2, spinous process of C7, first and second rib. This is anterior view of cervical spine without C1, transverse process of C2, odontoid process, superior articular facet, C3 to C4 vertebral body, transverse process. This is anterior body of atlas, C1 vertebra, lateral mass of C1, odontoid process, transverse process, adjoint to occipital joint, occipital condyle, anterior tubercle. This is posterior view of atlas C1 vertebra. Effects of odontoid process, adjoint to occipital joint, transverse process, posterior tubercle, posterior arch, occipital condyle. This is lateral view of atlas C1 vertebra. Anterior tubercle, adjoint to occipital joint, posterior arch, posterior tubercle, adjoint to axial joint, occipital condyle. This is superior view of atlas C1 vertebra. Vertebral foramen, posterior tubercle, transverse foramen, effects of odontoid process, anterior tubercle, posterior arch, transverse process, canal of vertebral artery, adjoint to occipital joint, occipital condyle. This is anterior view of C2 vertebra or axis without C1. Superior articular facet, odontoid process, inferior articular process, transverse process, vertebral body. This is posterior view of C2 vertebra or axis. Effects of odontoid process, bifid spinous process, lamina. This is lateral view of C2 vertebra or axis. Vertebral foramen, effects of odontoid process, spinous process, inferior articular process, vertebral body, transverse process, superior articular facet. This is superior view of C2 vertebra or axis. Lamina, sphenoid process, vertebral foramen, odontoid process, superior articular facet. This is anterior view of vertebra without C1 and C2. Vertebral body, uncinate process, transverse process. This is posterior view of vertebra without C1 and C2. Superior articular facet, uncinate process, superior articular process, sphenoid process. This is lateral view of vertebra without C1 and C2. Vertebral body, superior articular process, superior articular facet, sphenoid process, inferior articular process, transverse process. This is superior view of vertebra without C1 and C2. Superior articular facet, lamina, sphenoid process, vertebral foramen, transverse process, transverse foramen, vertebral body, pedicle. If you want, you can hit the subscribe button to get new video updates. Thank you. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. How are you all? Comments below. Alhamdulillah, I am also fine by the grace of Allah. Today I will share how to read cerebral artery. Right internal carotid artery, right middle cerebral artery, segment 1 from the carotid artery, middle cerebral artery, segment 2, middle cerebral artery, segment 3, right anterior cerebral artery, segment 1, anterior communicating artery, right anterior cerebral artery, segment 2, right anterior cerebral artery, segment 3, right and left anterior cerebral artery, left anterior cerebral artery, segment 1, middle cerebral artery, left side, segment 1, middle cerebral artery, segment 2, and middle cerebral artery, segment 3. Left internal carotid artery, right and left vertebral artery, basilar artery, right posterior cerebral artery, left posterior cerebral artery, right superior cerebral artery, left superior cerebral artery, again right internal carotid artery, middle cerebral artery, segment 1 from the internal carotid artery, middle cerebral artery, segment 2, middle cerebral artery, segment 3, anterior cerebral artery, segment 1, anterior communicating artery, anterior cerebral artery, segment 2, anterior cerebral artery segment 3, right and left anterior cerebral artery, left anterior cerebral artery segment 1, left medial cerebral artery segment 1, left medial cerebral artery segment 2, left medial cerebral artery segment 3, left internal carotid artery, left vertebral artery, basilar artery, right posterior cerebral artery, left posterior cerebral artery, right and left superior cerebral artery, right internal carotid artery, medial cerebral artery segment 1, medial cerebral artery segment 2, medial cerebral artery segment 3. This is right side of the brain. Anterior cerebral artery segment 1, anterior communicating artery, anterior cerebral artery segment 2, anterior cerebral artery segment 3. Right and left anterior cerebral artery, left anterior cerebral artery segment 1, left internal carotid artery, left medial cerebral artery segment 1, left medial cerebral artery segment 2, and left medial cerebral artery segment 3. Right and left vertebral artery, basilar artery, right and left cerebral artery, posterior cerebral artery segment 1, posterior cerebral artery segment 2, and posterior cerebral artery segment 3. Again, another axial view. Right internal carotid artery, right medial cerebral artery segment 1, right medial cerebral artery segment 2, right medial cerebral artery segment 3. This is right side of the brain. Left internal carotid artery, left medial cerebral artery segment 1, left medial cerebral artery segment 2, left medial cerebral artery segment 3. Right and left vertebral artery, basilar artery, right posterior cerebral artery segment 1, right posterior cerebral artery segment 2, right posterior cerebral artery segment 3. 3D picture of cerebral artery. Right internal carotid artery, medial cerebral artery segment 1 from the internal carotid artery, medial cerebral artery segment 2, medial cerebral artery segment 3. Anterior cerebral artery segment 1, anterior cerebral artery segment 2, anterior cerebral artery segment 3. Right and left anterior cerebral artery, left anterior cerebral artery segment 1, left anterior cerebral artery segment 2, left anterior cerebral artery segment 3. Internal carotid artery, right and left vertebral artery, basilar artery, right posterior cerebral artery, left posterior cerebral artery, again right internal carotid artery, medial cerebral artery segment 1, medial cerebral artery segment 2, medial cerebral artery segment 3. right and left anterior cerebral artery segment 2, right and left anterior cerebral artery segment 1, right and left anterior cerebral artery segment 3, medial cerebral artery segment 1, medial cerebral artery segment 2, medial cerebral artery segment 3, internal carotid artery, right and left vertebral artery, basilar artery, right posterior cerebral artery, left posterior cerebral artery. If you want, you can hit the subscribe button to get new video updates. Thank you. Allah Hafiz. Aorta, brachiocephalic trunk, right subclavian artery, left subclavian artery, right common carotid artery, left common carotid artery, right vertebral artery, left vertebral artery, right internal carotid artery, left internal carotid artery, right external carotid artery, left external carotid artery, right vertebral artery, left vertebral artery, basilar artery. Aorta, common hepatic artery, left splenic artery, spleen, right kidney, right renal artery, left renal artery, left kidney, superior mesenteric artery, inferior mesenteric artery, abdominal aorta, bifurcation, right common iliac artery, left common iliac artery, right external iliac artery, right internal iliac artery, left external iliac artery, left internal iliac artery, right common femoral artery, left common femoral artery, right deep femoral artery, left deep femoral artery, right superficial femoral artery, left superficial femoral artery, right popliteal artery, left popliteal artery, right anterior tibial artery, right posterior tibial artery, tibioperoneal trunk, peroneal artery, left anterior tibial artery, tibioperoneal trunk, left posterior tibial artery, tibioperoneal artery, right anterior cerebral artery, left anterior cerebral artery, anterior communicating artery, right middle cerebral artery, left middle cerebral artery, right posterior cerebral artery, left posterior cerebral artery, basilar artery, right internal carotid artery, left internal carotid artery, right vertebral artery, left vertebral artery, right external carotid artery, left external carotid artery. Thank you. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. Today I will share how to read CT SSCT scan of chest axial view study. We can see here axial image, trachea, esophagus, right upper lobe, left upper lobe, right upper lobe, left upper lobe, trachea, esophagus, right upper lobe, left upper lobe, trachea, esophagus, right upper lobe, left upper lobe, trachea, esophagus, right upper lobe, left upper lobe, left lower lobe, left major fissure, trachea, esophagus, right upper lobe, left upper lobe, left lower lobe, left major fissure, right lower lobe, right major fissure, trachea, aortic arch, right upper lobe, right lower lobe, right major fissure, left upper lobe, left lower lobe, left major fissure, trachea, esophagus, arch of aorta, vertebral body, right upper lobe, right lower lobe, right major fissure, left upper lobe, left lower lobe, left major fissure, trachea, esophagus, aortic arch, right upper lobe, right lower lobe, right major fissure, left upper lobe, left lower lobe, left major fissure, pulmonary trunk, trachea, right upper lobe, right lower lobe, right major fissure, right upper bronchus, right main bronchus, left main bronchus, pulmonary trunk, left upper lobe, left major fissure, left lower lobe, right upper lobe, right lower lobe, right major fissure, right bronchus intermedius, left main bronchus, left upper lobe, left lower lobe, left major fissure, left upper bronchus, pulmonary trunk, right upper lobe, right lower lobe, right major fissure, right bronchus intermedius, left upper lobe, left lower lobe, left major fissure, left upper bronchus, left main bronchus, right upper lobe, minor fissure, right middle lobe, right major fissure, right lower lobe, right bronchus intermedius, left upper lobe, left lower lobe, left major fissure, left lower bronchus, lingular bronchus, right upper lobe, minor fissure, right middle lobe, right major fissure, right lower lobe, right middle bronchus, right lower bronchus, left upper lobe, left major fissure, left lower lobe, left lower bronchus, right middle lobe, right major fissure, right lower lobe, right lower bronchus, left upper lobe, left lower lobe, left lower bronchus, right middle lobe, right major fissure, right lower lobe, right lower bronchus, left upper lobe, left lower lobe, left lower bronchus, left major fissure, right middle lobe, right major fissure, right lower lobe, right lower bronchus, left upper lobe, left major fissure, left lower lobe, right middle lobe, right major fissure, right lower lobe, left upper lobe, left lower lobe, left major fissure, right middle lobe, right major fissure, right lower lobe, left upper lobe, left major fissure, left lower lobe, right middle lobe, right major fissure, right lower lobe, left upper lobe, left lower lobe, left major fissure, right middle lobe, right major fissure, right lower lobe, left upper lobe, left lower lobe, left major fissure, esophagus, right middle lobe, right major fissure, right lower lobe, esophagus, left upper lobe, left major fissure, left lower lobe, right middle lobe, right major fissure, right lower lobe, left upper lobe, left major fissure, left lower lobe, esophagus, abdominal aorta, right middle lobe, right major fissure, right lower lobe, left lower upper lobe, left major fissure, left lower lobe, abdominal aorta, right middle lobe, right major fissure, right lower lobe, left upper lobe, left major fissure, left lower lobe, right middle lobe, right lower lobe, left upper lobe, left major fissure, left lower lobe, liver, spleen, stomach, right lower lobe, left lower lobe, abdominal aorta, liver, and this is stomach. This is right side of the patient and this is left side of the patient. Right middle lobe, left upper lobe, right upper lobe, minor fissure, right middle lobe, left upper lobe, right upper lobe, minor fissure, right middle lobe always anteriorly, left upper lobe, left major fissure, left lower lobe, right upper lobe, minor fissure, right middle lobe, left upper lobe, left major fissure, left lower lobe, right upper lobe, minor fissure, right middle lobe, right major fissure, right lower lobe, left upper lobe, left major fissure, left lower lobe, right upper lobe, minor fissure, right middle lobe, right major fissure, right lower lobe, left upper lobe, left major fissure, left lower lobe, right upper lobe, minor fissure, right middle lobe, right major fissure, right lower lobe, left upper lobe, left major fissure, left lower lobe, right upper lobe, minor fissure, right middle lobe, right major fissure, right lower lobe, left upper lobe, left major fissure, left lower lobe, right upper lobe, minor fissure, right middle lobe, right major fissure, right lower lobe, left upper lobe, left major fissure, left lower lobe, right upper lobe, minor fissure, right middle lobe, right major fissure, right lower lobe, left upper lobe, left major fissure, left lower lobe, right upper lobe, minor fissure, right middle lobe, right major fissure, right lower lobe, left upper lobe, left major fissure, left lower lobe, trachea, right and left thyroid gland, right upper lobe, right upper bronchus, minor fissure, right middle lobe, right major fissure, right middle bronchus, right lower lobe, left upper lobe, left upper bronchus, left major fissure, left lower lobe, trachea, right main bronchus, left main bronchus, right upper lobe, right upper bronchus, right major fissure, right lower lobe, right middle bronchus, left upper lobe, left upper bronchus, left major fissure, left lower lobe, trachea, right main bronchus, left main bronchus, right upper lobe, right upper bronchus, right major fissure, right lower bronchus, right lower lobe, left lower lobe, left upper bronchus, left major fissure, left lower lobe, right upper lobe, right major fissure, right lower bronchus, right lower lobe, left upper lobe, left major fissure, left lower bronchus, left lower lobe, right upper lobe, right major fissure, right lower bronchus, right lower lobe, left upper lobe, left major fissure, left lower bronchus, left lower lobe, right upper lobe, right major fissure, right lower bronchus, right lower lobe, left upper lobe, left major fissure, left lower bronchus, left lower lobe, right upper lobe, right major fissure, right lower lobe, left upper lobe, left major fissure, left lower lobe, right upper lobe, right major fissure, right lower lobe, left upper lobe, left major fissure, left lower lobe, right upper lobe, right major fissure, right lower lobe, left lower lobe, left major fissure, left lower lobe, right upper lobe, right major fissure, right lower lobe, left lower lobe, right lower lobe, left lower lobe, right lower lobe and left lower lobe. This is sagittal image. This is anterior side of the patient and this is posterior side of the patient. Left lower lobe, left upper lobe, left lower lobe, left major fissure, left upper lobe, left lower lobe, left major fissure, left upper lobe, left lower lobe, left major fissure. Same image is here and this is same image, left upper lobe, left lower lobe, left major fissure, left upper lobe, left lower lobe, left major fissure, left upper lobe, left lower lobe, left major fissure, left lower lobe bronchus, left upper lobe, left upper bronchus, left lower lobe, left lower bronchus, left upper lobe, left lower lobe, left major fissure, left upper lobe bronchus, left lower lobe bronchus, left upper lobe, left lower lobe, left major fissure, left main bronchus, left upper lobe, left lower lobe, left major fissure, left main bronchus, left upper lobe, left lower lobe, left main bronchus, left upper lobe, left main bronchus, left main bronchus, trachea, left upper lobe, left lower lobe, trachea, left upper lobe, right major fissure, right lower lobe, right upper lobe, right major fissure, right main bronchus, right lower lobe, right upper lobe, minor fissure, right middle lobe always anteriorly, right major fissure, bronchus intermedialis, bronchus intermedius, right lower lobe, right upper lobe, right middle lobe, minor fissure, right upper lobe bronchus, bronchus intermedius, right major fissure, right upper lobe, right middle lobe, right upper lobe bronchus, minor fissure, right middle lobe bronchus, right lower lobe bronchus, right lower lobe, right upper lobe, right upper lobe bronchus, minor fissure, right middle lobe, right middle lobe bronchus, right major fissure, right lower lobe bronchus, right lower lobe, right upper lobe, minor fissure, right middle lobe, right major fissure, right lower lobe bronchus, right lower lobe, right upper lobe, minor fissure, right major fissure, middle lobe, right lower lobe, right upper lobe, minor fissure, major fissure, middle lobe, right lower lobe, right upper lobe, minor fissure, right middle lobe, right major fissure, right lower lobe, right upper lobe, minor fissure, major fissure, right middle lobe, right lower lobe, right upper lobe, minor fissure, major fissure, right middle lobe, right lower lobe, right upper lobe, minor fissure, major fissure, right middle lobe, right lower lobe, right upper lobe, right lower lobe, minor fissure, major fissure, right lower lobe, and right lower lobe. If you want, you can hit the subscribe button to get new video updates. Thank you. Allah Hafiz. Today I will share how to read CT scan of liver segments. Liver segment 7, liver segment 8, liver segment 4A, liver segment 2, inferior vena cava, right hepatic vein, middle hepatic vein, left hepatic vein. Liver segment 7, liver segment 8, liver segment 4A, liver segment 2, inferior vena cava, right hepatic vein, middle hepatic vein, left hepatic vein, caudate lobe segment 1. Liver segment 7, liver segment 8, liver segment 4A, liver segment 2, right hepatic vein, middle hepatic vein, left hepatic vein, inferior vena cava, caudate lobe segment 1. Liver segment 7, liver segment 8, liver segment 4A, liver segment 2, inferior vena cava, right hepatic vein, middle hepatic vein, caudate lobe segment 1, liver segment 7, liver segment 8, liver segment 4A, liver segment 2, caudate lobe segment 1, inferior vena cava, right hepatic vein, middle hepatic vein, liver segment 7, liver segment 8, liver segment 4A, liver segment 2, caudate lobe, segment 1, inferior vena cava, right hepatic vein, middle hepatic vein, liver segment 7, liver segment 8, liver segment 4A, liver segment 2, caudate lobe segment 1, right hepatic vein, middle hepatic vein, portal vein left, inferior vena cava. Liver segment 3, liver segment 4B, liver segment 5, liver segment 6, right hepatic vein, middle hepatic vein, right portal vein, inferior vena cava, caudate lobe segment 1, liver segment 3, liver segment 4B, liver segment 5, liver segment 6, right hepatic vein, middle hepatic vein, main portal vein, inferior vena cava, caudate lobe segment 1. Segment 3, segment 4B, liver segment 5, liver segment 6, right hepatic vein, portal vein, IVC, inferior vena cava, caudate lobe segment 1. Liver segment 3, liver segment 4B, liver segment 5, liver segment 6, right hepatic vein, inferior vena cava, main portal vein, liver segment 3, liver segment 4B, liver segment 6, 5, liver segment 6, right hepatic vein, IVC, inferior vena cava. Liver segment 3, liver segment 4B, liver segment 5, liver segment 6, right hepatic vein, inferior vena cava, liver segment 3, liver segment 4B, liver segment 5, liver segment 6, inferior vena cava, liver segment 4B, liver segment 5, liver segment 6, inferior vena cava, liver segment 4B, liver segment 5, liver segment 6, inferior vena cava, liver segment 4B, liver segment 5, liver segment 6, inferior vena cava, right and left kidney, liver segment 5, liver segment 6, inferior vena cava, liver segment 5, liver segment 6, inferior vena cava. Thank you. Allah Hafiz. If you want, you can hit the subscribe button to get new video updates. Right and left maxillary sinus, right and left temporalis muscle, right and left lateral pterygoid muscle, medulla oblongata, right and left posterior lobe of cerebellum, medulla oblongata, right and left posterior lobe of cerebellum, medulla oblongata, right and left posterior lobe of cerebellum, right and left maxillary sinus, right and left temporalis muscle, right and left lateral pterygoid muscle, nasopharynx, medulla oblongata, right and left posterior lobe of cerebellum, fons, right and left posterior lobe of cerebellum, right and left maxillary sinus, nasal septum, right and left turbinate, right and left temporalis muscle, right and left lateral pterygoid muscle, fons, right and left posterior lobe of cerebellum, right and left temporal lobe, fons, right and left posterior lobe of cerebellum, right and left temporal lobe, fons, right and left posterior lobe of cerebellum, occipital lobe, sphenoid sinus, right and left temporal lobe, fons, right and left posterior lobe of cerebellum, occipital lobe, sphenoid sinus, right and left temporal lobe, fons, right and left posterior lobe of cerebellum, occipital lobe, right and left temporal lobe, fons, anterior lobe of cerebellum, posterior lobe of cerebellum, occipital lobe, temporal lobe, fons, anterior lobe of cerebellum, posterior lobe of cerebellum, occipital lobe, frontal lobe, temporal lobe, hippocampus, midbrain, anterior lobe of cerebellum, occipital lobe, frontal lobe, temporal lobe, hippocampus, midbrain, anterior lobe of cerebellum, occipital lobe, frontal lobe, temporal lobe, midbrain, hippocampus, anterior lobe of cerebellum, occipital lobe, frontal lobe, temporal lobe, hippocampus, occipital lobe, anterior lobe of cerebellum, midbrain, insular cortex, lentiform nucleus, frontal lobe, temporal lobe, occipital lobe, anterior lobe of cerebellum, midbrain, hippocampus, insular cortex, lentiform nucleus, cingulate gyrus, frontal lobe, temporal lobe, occipital lobe, midbrain, hippocampus, thalamus, lentiform nucleus, insular cortex, head of caudate nucleus, cingulate gyrus, frontal lobe, temporal lobe, occipital lobe, hippocampus, thalamus, lentiform nucleus, insular cortex, cingulate gyrus, head of caudate nucleus, frontal lobe, temporal lobe, parietal lobe, occipital lobe, thalamus, lentiform nucleus, cingulate gyrus, head of caudate nucleus, frontal lobe, temporal lobe, parietal lobe, occipital lobe, insular cortex, lentiform nucleus, thalamus, cingulate gyrus, head of caudate nucleus, frontal lobe, temporal lobe, parietal lobe, occipital lobe, insular cortex, lentiform nucleus, thalamus, head of caudate nucleus, right and left, anterior horn of lateral ventricle, cingulate gyrus, frontal lobe, temporal lobe, parietal lobe, occipital lobe, insular cortex, lentiform nucleus, thalamus, head of caudate nucleus, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, temporal lobe, occipital lobe, insular cortex, lentiform nucleus, thalamus, head of caudate nucleus, right and left, anterior horn of lateral ventricle, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, temporal lobe, occipital lobe, insular cortex, lentiform nucleus, thalamus, head of caudate nucleus, cingulate gyrus, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, occipital lobe, insular cortex, body of caudate nucleus, right and left body of lateral ventricle, weight matter, gray matter, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, body of caudate nucleus, cingulate gyrus, insular cortex, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, right and left body of lateral ventricle, cingulate gyrus, weight matter, gray matter, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, cingulate gyrus, 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 frontal lobe, parietal lobe, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, frontal lobe and parietal lobe. Right and left frontal lobe, right and left frontal lobe, right and left maxillary sinus, right and left inferior turbinate, right and left medial turbinate, nasal septum, right and left frontal lobe, right and left maxillary sinus, right and left inferior turbinate, right and left medial turbinate, optic nerve, superior rectus muscle, inferior rectus muscle, lateral rectus muscle, medial rectus muscle, right and left frontal lobe, weight matter, gray matter, right and left maxillary sinus, optic nerve, superior rectus muscle, inferior rectus muscle, lateral rectus muscle, medial rectus muscle, right and left frontal lobe, right and left maxillary sinus, right and left inferior turbinate, right and left medial turbinate, nasal septum, superior turbinate, weight matter, frontal lobe, cingulate gyrus, right and left temporal lobe, right and left maxillary sinus, right and left inferior turbinate, right and left medial turbinate, nasal septum, frontal lobe, cingulate gyrus, temporal lobe, sphenoid sinus, right and left inferior turbinate, right and left medial turbinate, frontal lobe, insular cortex, temporal lobe, sphenoid sinus, nasopharynx, right and left lateral ventricle with mater, frontal lobe, temporal lobe, insular cortex, caudate nucleus, cingulate gyrus, sphenoid sinus, nasopharynx, frontal lobe, temporal lobe, insular cortex, lentiform nucleus, head of caudate nucleus, right and left lateral ventricle, cingulate gyrus, frontal lobe, temporal lobe, insular cortex, lentiform nucleus, caudate nucleus, cingulate gyrus, sphenoid sinus with mater, frontal lobe, temporal lobe, insular cortex, lentiform nucleus, head of caudate nucleus, cingulate gyrus, right and left lateral ventricle, frontal lobe, temporal lobe, head of caudate nucleus, lentiform nucleus, insular cortex, frontal lobe, temporal lobe, insular cortex, lentiform nucleus, caudate nucleus, cingulate gyrus, midbrain, frontal lobe, temporal lobe, insular cortex, lentiform nucleus, thalamus, caudate nucleus, midbrain, pons, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, temporal lobe, insular cortex, lentiform nucleus, thalamus, caudate nucleus, midbrain, pons with mater, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, temporal lobe, insular cortex, lentiform nucleus, thalamus, midbrain, pons, medulla oblongata, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, temporal lobe, insular cortex, lentiform nucleus, thalamus, midbrain, pons, medulla oblongata, anterior lobe of cerebellum with mater, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, temporal lobe, insular cortex, cingulate gyrus, thalamus, midbrain, pons, medulla oblongata, anterior lobe of cerebellum, posterior lobe of cerebellum, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, temporal lobe, insular cortex, cingulate gyrus, thalamus, anterior lobe of cerebellum, posterior lobe of cerebellum, midbrain, pons, medulla oblongata, with matter, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, temporal lobe, anterior lobe of cerebellum, posterior lobe of cerebellum, hippocampus, thalamus, insular cortex, cingulate gyrus, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, temporal lobe, anterior lobe of cerebellum, posterior lobe of cerebellum, hippocampus, insular cortex, cingulate gyrus, with matter, parietal lobe, temporal lobe, anterior lobe of cerebellum, posterior lobe of cerebellum, cingulate gyrus, right and left lateral ventricle with matter, gray matter, parietal lobe, temporal lobe, anterior lobe of cerebellum, posterior lobe of cerebellum, cingulate gyrus, parietal lobe, temporal lobe, anterior lobe of cerebellum, posterior lobe of cerebellum, cingulate gyrus, parietal lobe, temporal lobe, occipital lobe, anterior lobe of cerebellum, posterior lobe of cerebellum, parietal lobe, temporal lobe, occipital lobe, posterior lobe of cerebellum with matter, parietal lobe, occipital lobe, temporal lobe, posterior lobe of cerebellum, parietal lobe, occipital lobe, posterior lobe of cerebellum, parietal lobe, occipital lobe, posterior lobe of cerebellum, parietal lobe, occipital lobe. If you want temporal lobe, parietal lobe, parietal lobe, temporal lobe, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, temporal lobe, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, temporal lobe, posterior lobe of cerebellum, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, temporal lobe, occipital lobe, posterior lobe of cerebellum, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, temporal lobe, occipital lobe, posterior lobe of cerebellum, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, occipital lobe, temporal lobe, posterior lobe of cerebellum, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, occipital lobe, insular cortex, temporal lobe, posterior lobe of cerebellum, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, occipital lobe, temporal lobe, posterior lobe of cerebellum, hippocampus, lentiform nucleus, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, occipital lobe, posterior lobe of cerebellum, anterior lobe of cerebellum, temporal lobe, hippocampus, insular cortex, lentiform nucleus, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, occipital lobe, anterior lobe of cerebellum, posterior lobe of cerebellum, temporal lobe, hippocampus, lentiform nucleus, thalamus, insular cortex, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, occipital lobe, anterior lobe of cerebellum, posterior lobe of cerebellum, lentiform nucleus, thalamus, temporal lobe, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, occipital lobe, lentiform nucleus, thalamus, temporal lobe, anterior lobe of cerebellum, posterior lobe of cerebellum, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, occipital lobe, anterior lobe of cerebellum, posterior lobe of cerebellum, lentiform nucleus, thalamus, midbrain, temporal lobe, pons, caudate nucleus, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, occipital lobe, anterior lobe of cerebellum, posterior lobe of cerebellum, cingulate gyrus, caudate nucleus, lentiform nucleus, thalamus, midbrain, pons, temporal lobe, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, occipital lobe, cingulate gyrus, caudate nucleus, thalamus, midbrain, pons, medulla oblongata, anterior lobe of cerebellum, posterior lobe of cerebellum, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, occipital lobe, anterior lobe of cerebellum, posterior lobe of cerebellum, cingulate gyrus, thalamus, midbrain, pons, medulla oblongata, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, occipital lobe, anterior lobe of cerebellum, posterior lobe of cerebellum, thalamus, midbrain, pons, medulla oblongata, cingulate gyrus, corpus callosum, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, occipital lobe, cerebellum, corpus callosum, midbrain, pons, medulla oblongata, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, occipital lobe, cerebellum, corpus callosum, midbrain, pons, medulla oblongata, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, occipital lobe, cerebellum, corpus callosum, midbrain, pons, medulla oblongata. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. Today I will share how to read CT scan of abdomen, axial view, anatomy study. Right atrium, left atrium, right ventricle, left ventricle, interventricular septum, right and left pulmonary arteries, right and left lung, bilateral pleural effusion, liver, right ventricle, left ventricle, inferior vena cava, esophagus, abdominal aorta, inferior vena cava, esophagus, abdominal aorta, right and left lung, hepatic vein branches, abdominal aorta, hepatic vein branches, abdominal aorta, spleen, fundus of the stomach, liver, hepatic branch, hepatic vein branches, gastroesophageal junction, spleen, abdominal aorta, right and left diaphragm, stomach, spleen, hepatic vein branches, gastric fundus of the stomach, liver, hepatic vein branches, abdominal aorta, diaphragm, spleen, hepatic vein branches, portal vein branches, stomach, abdominal aorta, spleen, liver, hepatic vein branches, portal vein branches, gastrohepatic ligament, abdominal aorta, spleen, liver, portal vein, spleen, splenic artery, splenic vein, stomach, abdominal aorta, left gastric artery, left gastric vein, portal vein, splenic artery, splenic vein, stomach, spleen, right and left adrenal glands, splenic artery, splenic vein, spleen, inferior vena cava, abdominal aorta, portal vein, bile ducts, portal vein, inferior vena cava, right and left kidney, splenic artery, splenic artery, splenic vein, spleen, stomach, transverse colon, abdominal aorta, portal vein, right hepatic artery, left hepatic artery, inferior vena cava, splenic artery, splenic vein, right and left kidney, inferior vena cava, abdominal aorta, transverse colon, stomach, main portal vein, common hepatic arteries, splenic artery, splenic vein, cura of diaphragm, right and left kidney, inferior vena cava, abdominal aorta, stomach, transverse colon, pancreas, body of pancreas, proper hepatic artery, portal vein, portocaval lymph nodes, celiac artery, cura of diaphragm, splenic vein, spleen, body of pancreas, tail of pancreas, transverse colon, stomach, portahepatic lymph nodes, main portal vein, inferior vena cava, right and left celiac ganglia, body of pancreas, tail of pancreas, spleen, transverse colon, stomach, gastric antrum of the stomach, cystic duct, gastroduodenal artery, main portal vein, splenic vein, head of pancreas, body of pancreas, tail of pancreas, inferior vena cava, abdominal aorta, right and left celiac ganglia, right and left kidney, spleen, transverse colon, liver, gallbladder, portosplenic confluence, head of pancreas, body of pancreas, tail of pancreas, spleen, transverse colon, gastric antrum of the stomach, right and left celiac ganglia, inferior vena cava, abdominal aorta, common bile duct, splenic vein, inferior vena cava, right and left cura of diaphragm, superior mesenteric artery, right and left kidney, tail of pancreas, antrum of the stomach, transverse colon, splenic flexure, spleen, celiac ganglia, liver, gallbladder, gastric antrum of the stomach, pylorus part of the stomach, duodenal valve, transverse colon, splenic flexure, tail of pancreas, spleen, right and left kidney, superior mesenteric artery, renal artery, reticular nose, gastric antrum, pylorus part of the stomach, duodenal valve, transverse colon, splenic flexure, spleen, right and left kidney, inferior vena cava, abdominal aorta, right renal artery, superior mesenteric vein, head of pancreas, gallbladder, gastric antrum of the stomach, duodenal valve, head of pancreas, inferior vena cava, splenic vein, abdominal aorta, right and left renal artery, right and left kidney, splenic flexure, spleen, transverse colon, proximal jejunum, liver, gallbladder, antrum of the stomach, pylorus part of the stomach, duodenal valve, head of pancreas, superior mesenteric vein, superior mesenteric artery, inferior mesenteric vein, proximal jejunum, transverse colon, splenic flexure, spleen, right and left kidney, right and left renal artery, abdominal aorta, inferior vena cava, liver, gallbladder, head of pancreas, superior mesenteric vein, superior mesenteric artery, inferior mesenteric vein, right and left renal vein, renal artery, abdominal aorta, right and left kidney, splenic flexure, transverse colon, liver, gallbladder, proximal jejunum, head of pancreas, superior mesenteric vein, superior mesenteric artery, inferior mesenteric vein, inferior vena cava, abdominal aorta, aortic cable lymph nodes, right and left renal vein, right and left kidney, splenic flexure,